everyone. Welcome to our FIL studio. We're here on the second day of racing for World Championships, and we're starting off with the doubles this morning. Now, it's not just the weather. It's dark because it's this early. It's 8 a.m. here in Germany, and of course in winter, the sun just isn't out yet. But of course, in Oberhof, sometimes the sun doesn't come out at all. So anyways, we are here, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to serve our fans, serve you guys. So here we are. So doubles competition coming up. Yesterday we had sprint. Sprint was a one-run bomb. I don't know if it's indicative on who will do well today, but yesterday for the doubles competition, Egert Bennigan, the hometown heroes, they crushed it. And then we have women's doubles. It was, I believe, Degenhardt Rosenthal. See, it's early. I'm trying to gather my memory. Degenhardt Rosenthal with the Germans, and then we have women this afternoon, which also was a German, Diana Eidberger. So coming into the doubles competition, different than sprint. So it's 2 runs, it's combined 2 runs, and this is a big deal for a lot of these athletes. There's extra energy around World Championships. There's more TV, there's more fans. There's no fans currently. Yesterday we had a lot of kids from school. I think maybe they're back in school today. I don't know, but no, sorry, today's Saturday. What am I talking about? So we're gonna have a lot of fans. Yesterday was so fun with all the kids. They each had a different nation, which was really cool. Every nation was represented, but they said they sold hundreds of tickets for World Championships this weekend. So everyone's gonna fill in. It's just a little early, but we're here because we're free, because we love our fans and we're here to talk about luge. So doubles coming up, and then they're gonna have women's doubles right afterwards, also 2 runs. So there's not gonna be a break between those first runs, but you will see us after the first run for both of doubles. So that's our intro. We're here in Oberhof, we're ready to go. But this week has been a lot of fun. So the athletes were here last week getting a lot of training in, and then this week, a couple nights ago, they had opening ceremonies. Oberhof has done an incredible job of getting ready for these World Championships. You can tell the pride in the people and in the volunteers. You can see some of the orange jackets, those are the volunteers. I would love to talk to one of them today. Maybe I can convince some of them to come talk with me, but there's such a pride in this town with these sliding sports, and you can just feel it. So they've built this whole opening ceremonies area in the middle of town, and this is where they're doing the awards, and this is where it's pretty much the gathering place, and a lot of the locals are there. And so they had awards there last night for the sprint competition, but a few nights ago they had opening ceremonies, and we got to go kind of chat with everyone, get a vibe for how these athletes are feeling about this track. It's a tough track. It's a hard track to drive, a lot of tight corners, and some of the athletes talk about it. So yeah, we just talked to some of them, getting how they're feeling about World Championships. Here's what they had to say. It was cool to talk to everybody. How do you feel about World Championships?
Very excited, but today no good sliding. Maybe tomorrow good runs.
Yeah, the track is hard, huh?
Yes, hard but very fun.
Yeah, very fun. We're happy to have Japan. Do you like being in Oberhof?
Yes, very good city.
Very pretty. Everyone watch for Japan, because you're going to do well tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great thing for all athletes, for the spectators, for our coaches. This track is not a normal track. This is built as a simply luge track, not a track for skeleton and bobsleigh, and it's a bit special.
Actually, I think it's my 3rd World Championships ever. I've been sliding with seniors like 5th or 6th year, but it's only 3rd year. I'm competing in a World Championship. First was 2016, when I was like kind of put in a Kristaps Mauriņš place, if you remember the slider. So yeah, it's very exciting, of course, and can't wait to compete with other guys.
Are you excited for the World Championship?
Yes, I am excited. This track is a little bit difficult, but I think that we can figure it out
It's a hard track.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. And also, opening ceremonies, do you like coming to things like this?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. There is so much fun. And
are you a good dancer?
I don't think so.
Okay, great. Yeah, me neither.
A World Championship is every time much more than a World Cup race. It's important. It look for the government. It's interested thing for the people who live with the athletes together. It's a higher thing at World Cup, and it's special.
It's a huge race. Oberhof has done so well with like the whole production of the race. Especially with COVID, you know, we haven't had a lot of spectators, and yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job. Like, it's just huge. Like, there's more energy, more people, everything compared to any other World Cup we've had this year.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to race. Always fun to race.
How was training this week?
It has been a little bit ups and downs, but I'm starting to find my way down now, so I hope for some good times too.
And do you like Oberhof?
Yes, mostly, but sometimes I don't like it when I'm not sliding good, but right now I like it.
Yeah, the track is hard, right? A lot of driving, a lot of hard spots.
Yeah, it's not my best track, but if I'm sliding good, I'm sliding pretty fast sometimes. So
You're going to do great. Good luck this weekend.
thank you so much.
How does it feel having World Championships on your home track?
Well, I'm a little bit excited. No, not a little bit. I'm very, very excited because a very bit.
That's not right English. Very, but you can say very bit, sure.
Okay. I'm very excited about World Championships at home. So it's the first race with fans here. So we had 2 World Cups here without fans because we had Corona. And so I'm a little bit more excited about this race here.
Do you have a fan club? Like, are people going to be there with your face on a sign?
Yeah, I think so. I think there are a lot of people on the track tomorrow, but I think on Saturday we had more fans at the track, so I think so, yes.
Yeah, I feel like Luge is a very big deal here. Everybody gets excited when there's a race in town.
Yeah, I think Luge is bigger than in the other towns here in Germany. Maybe in Königssee it's also a big thing, but Biathlon is a little bit bigger, but right here it's very, very fun to slide because the fans are so, they're so excited here to have a World Championship here, and you can feel it everywhere.
Are you going to win?
On Saturday, absolutely no.
Wrong answer. That was wrong answer. Try again.
Yeah, okay, I can win both races.
Okay, great. That was it. Thank you. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Wang Peishuan from China. These are her first championships, Senior World Championships. Congratulations. Are you excited?
And I am very happy that I'm Oberhof and I very like here.
Yes, you are a great athlete. I've watched her slide. You're very good. Your drives are so good. Are you happy to be here in Oberhof?
Yeah, I'm very happy in Oberhof.
Everybody root for China. Do you have anything in Mandarin you want to say? In Mandarin, you can say anything.
Happy Chinese New Year.
Chinese New Year. It is Chinese New Year. You can say that.
Yes, Happy Chinese New Year.
Okay, amazing. Okay, the Chinese athletes are incredible athletes. Everybody, you better root for them, okay? Because they're amazing. Okay. Mele Freibull, she's from here. This is her home track. She's nervous about her English, excuse me, but I think she speaks great English. Are you excited to have World Championships here on your home track?
Yeah, I'm really excited. It's I'm really happy about it, and family and friends will be there, and yeah.
Where do you live? Close by? This is your hometown. Where do you live?
There.
Like how far? Can we walk?
100 meters, yeah.
Oh, she's literally right there. Hometown girl. Watch for her this weekend. Okay, Mateusz, are you excited for World Champs here in Oberhof?
Yeah, of course. No, who's not?
How was sliding this week?
This week was okay, but the competition today was not good.
Yeah.
But I hope it will be better, not this weekend.
Well, I've seen your stuff on social media. You're such a natural athlete, so you're going to be great at Luge. I know. I mean, you slide so well.
Yeah, I hope. I will.
Do you like being in Oberhof?
Yeah, and except the fog, but it's okay.
The fog. Well, hopefully tomorrow we get sun, right?
Yeah, and I hope.
Yeah. Amazing. Thanks. It's your home track. You have. Who is this from first?
This was a very special fan, a fangirl, and she said it's for the German ladies, and we all should bite in it.
Cute, cute. Are you
Good luck is standing on it.
yeah, feel Glück. I like that. Are you excited for World Championships to be on your home track?
Yes, of course. Every race I do in Oberhof, I'm very exciting. This is very special because they will be my last World Champs in Luge single, and it feels like a book is closed.
It's the end of a chapter.
Yes.
Wow, you have good juju on your side. Are you going to win? You've got a heart. Are you going to win this weekend?
I don't know. It's very hard. After the last session today, there are so many girls who are fight for the title for World Champ, and we will see.
Well, it's been a lot of fun being in your hometown. So good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much, Kate.
Okay, so we're gearing up for doubles coming up in just a little bit. But I want to point something out. Oberhof is just so beautiful right now. I know you can only see me in the finish, but can you turn with me just a second? So this is the finish dock. But I don't know, it's just so beautiful with the trees. They're so frozen. Hi, Mikhail. How are you? When you can see that hotel panorama over there, that's when you know there's clear weather. So we're excited because we can see that hotel. Usually it's just fog all over. So I just want to celebrate a little win today. And also everything is just frozen shut, which is great conditions for the athletes and the ice. It's really consistent ice conditions. Last World Cup in Latvia, it was really warm, and yeah, it was kind of a crapshoot of a race. Some people ended up all over, but I'm lucky enough. Come join me. Okay, so I said I was telling everybody that I wanted to talk to a volunteer.
Okay.
Because I've been so impressed with how Oberhof has put on these World Championships. It's been so incredible. So, okay, I see her every year when I was competing, which was a long time ago, and then you still come and you volunteer every year at these races, right?
Correct. Yes.
And I don't know in America if we could get, we get a lot of volunteers at our races, but you guys look great. You're decked out. So what is it that makes everyone want to come and support sliding?
I'm not quite sure, but I think sliding is in Germany really important, and they grab many medals during the Olympic Championships, and maybe that's something why in Germany it would be also supported, and I guess for a World Championship they push it a little bit more.
It's so cool. It gives me pride in what I'm doing. It makes everyone feel important that you guys are here. And so how many volunteers are here? Do you know?
In Oberhof this weekend for the championship, I guess between 400 and 600 people.
400 and 600 people? For just this event?
Correct.
Oh my, that was way more than I thought. That is so cool. So do you do the same amount volunteer for the World Cups as well, or is World Championships a little more special?
I think that would be a little less, the normal World Cups, but the championship is really, really important also for this area here in Thuringia, and so they push it a little bit further.
Your family is so involved in sliding. Did you ever slide? Did you ever consider?
No.
Why not?
That's not my sport, I guess. I'm not quite sure. I'm a people. I'm the team behind the team.
The team behind it. It's true. So when I was sliding 8-10 years ago, her family, they're here every race just supporting. You're decked out and what they're sponsored by, and it's made, I know as an American athlete, to see how excited people get, it makes you excited about the sport. So I just love that you guys are here. And also, can you explain this American, I know she's wearing an American flag scarf. Tell me where you got this. Tell the story. It's pretty cool.
That one I bought just to have someone with me to support the US team, and every time
she has an American flag.
A flag with me, because I think it's also important for the American sports guys to get support over here in Europe.
Emotional. Thank you. Well, we notice, and you're so kind. So thank you. And I may grab you for some other interviews because you're so fun to talk to. But thank you for all your work, and you guys have really done an incredible job. Is there anything you want to say to anyone watching? You can say in German to people watching.
Ja, ich bin total glücklich, Teil dieses großen Ganzen zu sein, und es macht mir immer wieder Spaß, und ich gebe euren Dank sehr gerne an das gesamte Team weiter.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So we are going to show you really quick this track and why it's so difficult for some of these athletes. We did a POV with Johannes Ludwig. He's going to talk you through all the parts of the track really quick. Check it out.
So now here we are on the World Championship track in Oberhof. So look at the start, it's very important in Oberhof because it's one of the shortest track in the world. So you have to deal with this and have a lot of power at the start. We cross the ladies in double start here, long corners in the upper part, not too much speed, but the pressure is gaining, it's getting much more. Here short curve 7, you have to stay on the right side, it's very important. And here, short corners 10, 9, they come very fast for the athlete. And now, out of 11, it's one of the importance part of this track. You can see a lot of mistakes there when the athletes crash against the wall on the right side. So they have to steer a lot in curve 11. Now we go on into the down part of the track, curve 13. A lot of pressure in this curve, so it's amazing for the athletes. They can feel the pressure, they have to hold their head, and it's great to feel this. And then we go to the last part, into the Kreisel. Head back, stretch your feet down to the finish line, and then look at the time, and you can, finally you can have fun, or you can swear if the time is bad.
Something interesting about this track, I mentioned it yesterday during sprint, is that bobsled actually doesn't come here because these curves are just so tight. So if you were to send a 4-man bobsled through these curves, come join me. If you were to send a 4-man bobsled through these curves, they actually just wouldn't make it because it's so tight. But I recruited my friend Michael Lisek, he's with the Czech team. And so the race is starting in a few minutes, but I would like to know what you think about doubles competition and who you think will do well.
We saw a really close race yesterday on the sprint. I think it's going to be really exciting because today is much better weather. And I hope we will see Tony Eggert and Sasha Wegener can win again because it's a race.
Are you friends with them?
Yes, they are really friendly, and I have no problem with any double at all.
Yeah, they're really good guys. Are you excited for your race tomorrow?
Of course, because I have part of my family here, so...
They drove all the way here?
Yeah, my girlfriend drive like 3 hours here. And she got a birthday today.
It's her birthday. Well, wish her a happy birthday. What's her name?
Happy birthday, Lisa. I love you.
Okay, that was so cute. Thank you so much, Mikhail. You're the best. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we'll watch for Eggert Bennekin today. Is there anything you want to say in Czech to anyone watching at home?
Zdravím všechny, co sledují.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Super cool. Happy birthday to his girlfriend. That's so fun. I'm on Mikhail's team. I think Eggert Bennekin is also going to do really well. Close racing yesterday was sprint, so we'll have to see. Hometown guys, maybe it's their last World Championship. I'm not sure, but Toby, Wendell Arlt, they're always just fast. So everyone just watch out for the German team. Everyone here, I mean, now the stands are filling in, which is cool. People are just excited. And I love what she said, the volunteer, like, Germany just wins so many medals, and I think that's just so exciting for the hometown and for everyone that gets involved. So I think it's super cool. So we're going to pass you over to the world feed. We've got Tim Singer, Alex Ferlazzo with Australia joining. You should listen in just because of his accent, because it's going to sound so great. They're going to be commentating the doubles race, men's and women's. So yeah, we're just getting started here. It's getting not as dark, or the light is coming in a little better. So next time you see me, hopefully you'll see me in full light. But go ahead, switch over to the live feed for the world feed, and we'll get to racing. Comment any questions you have or anything you want us to talk about, any shout outs that you have, and we can do that. So anyway, switch on over and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Tony Eggert und Sascha Wegener Silber ging an ihre größten Konkurrenten, sogar innerhalb im deutschen Team, nämlich an Tobi Wendel. Also Bronze holten sie Jannik Müller und Armin Frauscher aus Österreich. Ja, und das sind sicher auch die Mitfavoriten, die wir heute, aber es sind noch einige andere zu nennen, die wir Ihnen dann gerne präsentieren. Zum Beispiel Juri Garter, die ersten beiden Bewerbe gewonnen haben. Dann Martin Borzer, Robert Blume, die Lächeln, die zuletzt in Schule auf ihrer Heimbahn gewonnen haben. Thomas Bach, die hier schon vor 2 Jahren gewonnen haben. Orban in der Luge, die jungen Deutschen, wollen natürlich auch aufs Podium, keine Frage. Also da sind sie ganz, ganz starke Schritte. Die Italiener mit den Manuel Rios, Simon Heinzweiler beispielsweise. Für Vollerkraft muss ich verstanden. Und ja, knappe Entscheidung. Und das sind die 51. Rennrodeln, Weltmeisterschaften und wir Wettbewerber sind die offiziellen Mittel.
Ich habe mich überraschen lassen von ihr, ja, weil ich möchte biken in die Berge. Und da kommt einfach mal Oberhof, ja, genau. Und auf einmal sind wir da und ich bin ganz baff, dass es hier so viele Sachen gibt, so viele Aktivitäten, auch für die Kinder. Die Sachen sind liebevoll hergerichtet.
Und heute haben wir schon eigentlich ganz coole Sachen gemacht.
Mhm. Was haben wir gemacht heute?
Als erstes haben wir gefrühstückt, waren wir im Schwimmbad und haben da ganz viel geplanscht. Ja, das finde ich auch schön.
Und wir konnten uns ein bisschen auf uns konzentrieren auch.
Waren in der Sauna.
Ja, genau.
Haben wir auch schon lange nicht mehr gemacht.
Richtig. Eine Stunde alleine, während die Kinder beschäftigt waren. Sehr gut. Da waren wir noch bei einem Handwerksbetrieb. Was hat der gemacht?
Glasbläserei. Haben da eigene Sachen geblasen.
Ich möchte etwas biken. Da freue ich mich schon sehr drauf.
Was ich ja total cool finde, das ist ja wirklich auch ein Vorteil hier, ne, von Oberhof, dass ich im Sommer Skifahren kann.
Mhm.
Das finde ich echt cool. Und wir haben ja dann keine Leitdünger mit da.
Da freue ich mich auch schon sehr drauf.
Ich glaube, das ist das erste seit 5 Jahren. Weißt du das eigentlich?
Das ist schon länger her.
Ja. Ja, wird mal Zeit. Bin ganz
Ja.
gespannt, was uns erwartet. Also einfach ein Traum. Das
Ja.
ist wunderschön. Und euch hat es auch Spaß gemacht hier, ne?
Ja.
Sollen wir noch ein bisschen bleiben?
Ja. Ja.
Ich habe doch schon ganz oft richtig gute Ideen.
Ja, stimmt.
All right, first heat is over. FIL Studio Live coming at you in between runs, and we're here at the finish. So I was remembering all the times in my brain. So men's competition, Eggert Bennekin, they are leading. We're not surprised. We've talked about this. Home track, they won yesterday. The story that's really cool is Mühle and Frausche. Yannick Mühle and Armin Frausche in second for Austria. I don't think they've medaled this year yet. So that's a big story. Austria sitting in second place. Usually Stroi-Kola, they're the ones that do really well. I believe they're still in the top 5. And then in third is Toby, Wendell, Arlt, sitting just outside of it. So we're keeping our eyes on that Austrian team. That's really cool. And for the women's competition, I'm just taking a look at times right there. Degenhardt and Rosenthal, they are the sprint champion from yesterday. No surprise that they're leading today. And it's pretty much the same rundown. Egle, Kipp, Austria in second. And then for third, it is Futter and Oberhofer. My memory is so good. So yeah, tight racing for all of these teams, but with a normal race with World Championships, it does take 2. So yesterday was the one run bomb. Today, you got to put 2 together and you got to make it clean. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting. So for the Austrian team that's sitting in second for the men's field, they're not necessarily the younger team. Frauscher has been in the game for a while, Mueller also, but it's kind of their first time being in contention. So can they keep their nerves together? I don't know. Luge can get pretty intense with that second run. When you're sitting on the handles ready to go, the nerves are just all over the place. So yeah, go ahead, we actually have a really special interview, but I just wanted to recap what the races were and what's going on. So Germany on top for both of them, but we're going to talk a little bit about it. We're going to talk to Tim Singer when he comes out of the booth, but I have a very special guest. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, this is Kit McConnell. He's sports director of the IOC. We don't get IOC people at our races, so this is a blessing that you're with us. How did we get you here all the way in Oberhof?
Well, I think we try and get out and see all of the sports, and obviously luge is a key part of the Olympic winter sport family. Oberhof is one of the most magical places in the luge circuit, and being the World Championships, it's great for us to be here. So we try and get out and see luge events every year, and not just in the Olympic Games. So no, it's great to be here. The atmosphere is fantastic. Meet some of the athletes, the national federations. So no, it's great to be here.
And remind me where you're from.
I grew up in New Zealand.
Are you based there right now?
No, I live in Lausanne in Switzerland, where our headquarters is. So not too far away, but yeah, grew up in New Zealand, a long way away.
Because I was going to say, if you came from New Zealand, this is quite the flip in weather. So I apologize.
Right now, it's the middle of summer in New Zealand, so I'm getting photos from my family of barbecues and beaches. So, but it's beautiful here. I mean, it's absolutely a winter wonderland here. So, no, great to be here. It's a great atmosphere.
I'm getting the same photos for my family and for my husband in California. It's just warm and nice. But I have grown to appreciate how beautiful it can be in the winter. I think as an athlete, when I was competing, you're just thinking about temperature, like ice temperatures and competition. But now that we just get to hang out, I'm like, wow, Oberhof is so beautiful. So tell me a little bit about your job with the IOC. How did you, I mean, is this the dream job? Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting job to have, a dream in many ways. So in terms of the job, I look after the organisation of sport at the Olympic Games, obviously working with all of the international federations. The organising committees deal with all of the international federations. So no, it's a super exciting job. And at the end of the day, the Games are about the athletes. They are about sport. So to be able to help be involved in that side of things is really exciting.
Yeah, the Olympic movement is a palpable thing, I feel. I know for me, when I was competing, it's the things that you do with the dream of the Olympics. It's pretty crazy to see what you're capable of. So it's cool to talk to people that are kind of behind the scenes that make the dream happen. So thank you for your service, I guess I should say. I guess that's what I feel like. I'm like, thank you for your service in making dreams happen for a lot of athletes. And did you always want to work for the IOC?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been involved in sport, but I think the thanks goes the other way. I mean, for me, the Olympic Games is about two things. Firstly, it's about the athletes. You know, we have 10,500 athletes at the Summer Games, about 3,000 at the Winter Games. For most of these athletes, they have one Olympic Games. You know, in summer, it's about 70% of the athletes only ever go to one Olympic Games. In winter, a little bit less, but most still only go to one Olympic Games. So we have to make that game special. It's the world's greatest sporting stage. It's an incredible experience for the athletes being part of a national team with all of the other sports as well. You've been there, you know. So for us, this is really the focus. And equally, we understand the importance. We saw that in Tokyo. We saw that in Beijing with everything going on with COVID, everything going on in the world, how important those games were to the athletes, to the world, to be able to come together and focus on something special. So that's our focus. It's not about us, it's about the athletes and about making the games happen.
You know, something funny that just came, I have a question for you, but I want to add this really quick. I competed in Sochi. It was my first and only games, and it was the biggest deal of my life. So it's funny when you say, when you go to one games, it's really special for every athlete. And there were more senior athletes that were like, oh, is this your first games? And I was like, well, you think I just go to 3 casually in my spare time? Because they go, sometimes when you're in the sport, you go easily because you're a veteran. But I just remember that thinking like, I had stepped into this world of the Olympics and they're like, oh, is this your first? And I was like, yeah, this is my first and maybe my only. And this is, so I just, it reminded me of that. But I want to ask you really quick, is there any behind the scenes, any sports that are coming up, new sports that are going to be added to the schedule that you could talk about that are kind of in the chute that to come to the games?
Yeah, I think we've really had a focus on strengthening the core. In both summer and winter, we have a really strong tradition, and that's the balance we have between tradition and innovation. You have seen in Tokyo, we had skateboarding, surfing, sport climbing, BMX freestyle, 3-on-3 basketball. In Paris, we'll have breakdancing for the first time. In winter, in Milano Cortina, in just 3 years from now, we'll have ski mountaineering for the first time. And of course, in Luge, we've got women's doubles. So it's fantastic to see that on the track here this morning. And this opportunity for the female athletes to have another medal event. And this also is really important, bringing it into the Olympic program. We see the development of that event, of Luge outside the Games. Already speaking to some of the coaches and national federations here, we hear about the women's side of Luge growing, continuing to grow, and that additional medal now having full equality on the program with the number of medals available for both the men and women is really important. We see the impact of it, and it's only fair. Gender equality is something that's really important to us, so to have that event as well is really important to us in the Luge program.
Yeah, I can say from hearing from the athlete side, just how cool it is to know that there's an equal opportunity for women, and also doubles. I did doubles one time, and it was a mistake and so scary. It was so scary, and I got very
no comeback for Milano Cortina then.
Definitely no comeback. I've hung up my suit and everything. But when we did it in our nationals competition in America, and we just wanted to see if we could beat the boys. Like,
did you?
I did it. We did actually.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, we got on a sled. Our coaches weren't too happy about it because they thought that we were making a joke out of doubles, but we wanted to get on a sled to see if we could be as fast. And so now it's kind of come full circle to see it in a world championship series. So anyways, I feel the same way. So it's been really cool to kind of see women. But I know you have things to do, but I want to ask you a few more things. So I looked him up because you always got to look up who you're going to talk to. And he's a major 49ers fan. So the playoffs, we need to talk about this for a second. I know this is a Luge crowd, but for anyone watching American football, it's playoffs right now, and the 49ers are in it.
Deep into playoffs.
Yeah, we're deep into playoffs. We're one round away from the Super Bowl. And Brock Purdy, I'm going to educate all of they need to know about American football. Everyone needs to know about American football. Yes, about the 49ers. Brock Purdy is the current quarterback, and he was the backup of the backup and wasn't ever supposed to play, but now he's leading.
Third round draft, yeah.
He's leading the team, hopefully, into. Can you just.
One match away from a Super Bowl.
Give me your full feelings on what's going on.
Well, the 49ers and I should say me and the 49ers go back a long way. I first was I was on holiday in the States in 86, 87 when the 49ers were on a Super Bowl run that ended up when they beat the
Steve McMahon?
No, Joe Montana.
This is Joe Montana. Oh, my God.
Yeah, sorry, I'm older than. So since then, I've followed them, and obviously ups and downs like any team. But this year has been absolutely incredible, with Jimmy Garoppolo coming out. He was behind Trey Lance, so suddenly you've got a guy that not many people have heard of stepping up to quarterback, and now they're in the divisional game. So the championship game tomorrow night, and as we say, one step away from a Super Bowl maybe. So it's just incredible. But that's sport, huh? That's what makes us watch every year. That's the emotional ride up and down. So no, it's fantastic. So tomorrow night, here we go.
Yeah, what time is it in Europe? Like, when is it in the middle of the night, the game?
It's around midnight our time. So yeah, it'll be a late night, full day of work the next day. So
you're committed. I'm
committed. Yeah. I'm emotionally engaged in that one. Yeah.
Well, it's a big one. When Brock Purdy got put on the field, you could see his family in the stands, and it was emotional. And he was, well, yeah. Anyways, I just fall.
Unbeaten since then. So yeah.
It's a Cinderella story. I love it. Anyways, I know you guys were waiting to hear about American football. We could probably talk a long time about this. But anyways, thank you so much for joining us.
No. It's great to be here. Honestly, you can see the atmosphere. You can see the athletes, how much this means to them, and obviously being a world championship. Great to see the medals yesterday, and 2 more medals on the line today. So no, it's great to be here.
Would you ever jump on a sled?
Absolutely.
You would?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay, well, I think
obviously a pretty low start on the track. We'd have to be clear about that, but no, it's always good to experience the different sports, huh? So
I think we could.
If that was a challenge or not, but no.
We could pull some strings. The Luge gods that are watching, we could get you on a sled.
I'm committed on camera now, so it's interesting to do.
Exactly. Okay, well, if we get it together, you know we're going to get that on film, and we'll give you all the tips. You'll do great.
Okay,
you'll be fine.
But delayed coverage, just in case things don't go so well.
Very delayed and edited, so you'll be fine. Anyways, thank you so much for joining us, Kit McConnell from the IOC. We're going to take a little break, but we'll be back in just a second. All right, that was such a cool interview. IOC Kit McConnell. I love talking to new people, but we have Tim Singer on deck with us. You're probably headed off to do something, so I would like to get your thoughts really quick on that first run. What was your take?
By my thoughts, facts or opinions?
Both, please.
My thoughts are kudos to you for standing out here. It's a cold day, once again. You and 8,000 spectators, and I do get to stay warm. And hate to sound like a wimp, but I'm already complaining about how cold it is.
It's cold. Tim Singer, he's our announcer for the live feed. He gets a nice little booth over there. But yeah, how did it go with the call? I was watching the race, but I couldn't hear you. So what'd you think?
Yeah, Alex is great. He's a good analyst. So hopefully you'll turn over to the other YouTube channel in a second for run number 2. Thoughts on the race? This sounds cliche, but the big winner in some ways is the sport of luge, staging this first major women's doubles competition. They did race last year in Winterberg alongside the juniors, but this is great, and that women's race is incredibly close. The Italians, the Germans, and the Austrians, these are the 3 we would expect to win this race. We didn't expect such tight racing, so it's going to be a very fun second heat. And then, of course, for the men, Egert Benneken. Will this victory parade celebration continue? If they win their race, if they can hang on and win, and there's really no reason to believe they won't, that will be their 5th World Championship medal, more than anyone in the history of doubles. And there have been some great doubles teams. No one's going to take anything away from the Tobys, who probably is still the greatest doubles team in the history of the sport when you count Olympics and World Cup and World Championships. But Egert and Benneken are really putting on a show.
And I was talking about Mühle Frausche in second place. That's cool. That's a big one. How was their run? Were they surprised by it? Like, are we surprised to see them up there?
Well, as you know, as a junior world champion or World Cup winner, what's your biggest credential? It was something like that. World Cup winner.
Love tacos, love Mexican food.
Yeah,
that's my
true.
biggest CV.
Answer. Certain lugers just work on certain tracks. You just find, it's true in golf, it's true in a lot of sports. You find that course that you're comfortable with. Clearly, it appears that Frauscher and Mueller, Oberhof is it for them. They podiumed yesterday, that surprised some, and here they are in podium position, really kind of somewhat striking distance of Tony and Sasha. And keep in mind, they won the World Cup opener this year, so they're enjoying a good season.
That is true. They did win. I was thinking, because Gott and Schupf have also had a breakout season for Austria, but I feel like we're used to seeing them kind of higher up.
Joy Kohler.
Yeah, they're just stacked. The Austria is just stacked. So I was saying, Mühle Frauscher, they're not the younger team. I mean, they've been put together more recently. I know Frauscher has been with other teammates, but do you think the nerves are going to get to that? Because they're amongst the veteran Egert Benneken and veteran Wendell Arlt. So, like, do you think second run they're like a little nervous about it, or they're going to be confident?
2 ways to look at it. Yes, that's a possibility. They're young. But Tony and Sasha have the pressure of being in the lead. And you think about that as well. But here's why I believe they'll win. And Alex and I were talking about this, and then, of course, I got to go again. But picture someone out there that's lived in their same house their whole life. It's the middle of the night. You have to go to the bathroom. You don't need to turn on lights. You just walk from your bedroom to the bathroom because you know the house so well.
Gospel by Tim Zinger. This is
Tony
great.
and Sasha here in Oberhof. Take that analogy to the bank.
I love that.
Hey, go get warm, have some tacos. I got to run too.
Okay, great. Good luck. See you, Tim. That was an incredible luge metaphor. I'm going to steal that. Luge Gospel by Tim Singer. There you go. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's an interesting point that he brings up about the track and when certain athletes just really like a track. And this track here in Oberhof, it's a little different this time around. We've been hearing about upgrades for years. I believe it started in summer of 2020. And upgrades, you never really know what that means unless you're there working on the track yourself, but they have really revamped this track. So what happens is these tracks get built way back in the day. And then over time, the refrigeration, the pipes erode. They're not able to maintain the facility as well. And so they have to do these renovations. And so they did it for these World Championships. So it's just a big deal for the town, big deal for everybody, because we're here at what feels like a brand new venue. So we have some cool footage of the track by a friend in town, Renee Kellerman. I believe he has a great footage with this drone shot. It kind of shows in the summer what it looks like and all the work they've done to it. And then we dive in a little deeper as to what they've done with the track and why it's important. So here it is. so fast. I feel like every time I watch a sled go by, it's just different when you see it than when you are the person doing it. But athletes, they're so excited to be here in Oberhof because they've done so many renovations to this track. So just want to point out this beautiful wood paneling with this lighting. This did not used to be here. This track, I was just talking to some locals in the area. This track was built in the 1980s. So they were noticing that some pieces of this track, the ice arena, as they call it, were just getting old. So they decided to revamp the entire thing. They started in summer of 2020. It took 3 summers to do, and there's still more that they want to do. And the whole project took over 30 million euros. So it's a major source of pride, this track, for the locals in Oberhof. They put so much money into it. So there's a new press center. They want to build a new area, mid-track, new power source, they called it, for any radio or TV compounds coming in. So they've just done a lot of work to this track. And so why this matters is because this actually protects the track. So like when it's raining or if it's snowing, it actually helps keep the ice stable and keep it more consistent for athletes. So it's actually a big help. And this mirrors a lot of Sochi, the track in Sochi, Russia. And so when athletes also, when they do a track walk, you can see there's a nice walkway right there that everyone's standing on. But this follows the entire track, which is huge. Some tracks only have it in one curve. Here's another look. Ooh, nice exit right there. Love looking at that. Some areas, some tracks on the road will only have these nice coverings over certain curves, but to have it over the whole track is a huge development and also just a major upgrade, especially for such a famous track on the Luge circuit. So anyways, Oberhof, they were getting ready for these world champs. So yeah, so if you're here looking at it, just know there was a lot of love put into this track. And here's a bunch of volunteers. Again, some of the major pride with keeping this track going. So yeah, that's Oberhof for you.
Hier ist es auf jeden Fall Trauma. Ja, wir sind Wiederholungstäter. Wir waren schon mal in Oberhof, und zwar im Sommer. Und da hat es uns allen ziemlich gut gefallen. Ich bin heute Morgen schon alleine Langlauf gefahren. Das war ziemlich cool. Das ist ja die Region für Biathlon. Und danach sind wir dann
mit der Pferdekutsche gefahren. Es war mal wieder schön, Pferde zu sehen. Und die hießen Nemo und Dumbo.
Kutschfahrt im Schnee ist natürlich auch mal ein Highlight.
Also in der Winterlandschaft wirklich traumhaft. Die Kinder sind gut beschäftigt.
Was hat dir zum Beispiel gut gefallen?
Ich fand die Schneeballschlacht voll cool. Ja.
Ich finde es auch hervorragend in diesem Ort. Die Sportstätten hier live zu sehen, Biathlon, Rodeln und so weiter, ist schon beeindruckend. Und gibt ja noch einiges mehr hier zu machen. Ich möchte noch Fatbike fahren, Snowboarden. Und dann freue ich mich auf heute Abend noch, weil dann werden wir gemeinsam noch eine kleine Fackelwanderung unternehmen. Neben den Aktivitäten und Dingen, die man hier entdecken kann, muss ich auch sagen, sind die Unterbringungsmöglichkeiten hervorragend. Ausgezeichnete Küche, sogar die Kinder finden was.
Und was ich mir noch wünsche, aber das hast du mir auch schon zugesagt, dass ich noch mal einen Spa-Tag bekomme, weil die Saunalandschaft hier, die ist auch ziemlich cool. Ich glaube, das wird nicht das letzte Mal gewesen sein.
Okay, I don't know how these fans are standing out here because it is so cold right now. I'm trying to move around and just stay alive, but I appreciate just how much energy they have to come and stand out here because it's tough conditions. I feel like, I wonder if these athletes, if these fans like train to, like, they're just used to this. I don't know. I'm just impressed. So anyways, everybody's getting ready. Fans are filling in the stands, and I love the noisemakers that they have. They really like. If you ever come to a race, you'll hear cowbells, you'll hear these big crank things that are just fun. So anyways, just super cool. But I grabbed someone, come join me. Grab my face. I can't even talk. My face is cold.
Yeah, it's cold.
I've grabbed my friend, Leon Felder. I tried to say that once and I couldn't say it. So anyways, from Italy, Leon, tell us really quick about the track. I've been trying to convey like how tough this track is and how like bobsled doesn't come here because the curves are too tight. But like, tell us a little bit about it. Like, do you like the track? How's it going for you?
Yeah, I do like the track. It's different to other tracks because there are not a lot of straightaways other than out of 11 and out of 13. And yeah, the spicy section of the track is definitely like 9, 10, 11. That's where like the biggest crashes happen here.
Have you crashed?
Not this week, but
Other weeks.
yeah, of course. Yeah, I crash a lot here in Oberhof. Yeah.
And crashing, I feel like we casually talk about it like, oh, it was a crash. But when people crash, it's full ice burn. Like, it is painful to crash. But I feel like I hear the ice has been really nice this week and last week. Or has it been bumpy?
It has been bumpy at the beginning of last week, but they did a great job at like getting the track smooth and shaping the corners well. So athletes don't have a lot of problem right now.
Are you excited to race tomorrow, or do you get nervous?
No, I'm excited. I was nervous for the qualification of the sprint because qualification races are always stressing me out a bit. But
do they stress you out more than the race itself?
Yeah. Sure.
Wait, why?
I don't know, because like just not being part of the race would be so much worse than being part of the race and messing up there. So that's why I don't like racing Nations Cup and I don't like racing qualification for sprint. But yeah.
Do you have any like race day superstitions that you do, like maybe special socks or I don't know, something fun?
No, I don't. No.
Not at all. Maybe you should do that so then you won't be nervous.
Yeah, maybe. If
you pick something and you say, okay, when I wear this, I'm not allowed to be nervous, and then your qualifications might be better.
Okay, I'll try that.
Or maybe a certain breakfast. Like sometimes when I race, I would have the same breakfast. I don't know, I'm just giving you ideas. Like if there's.
Yeah, we are always in different locations, so that switches up the breakfast for me. So.
Okay, really quick before I let you go, tell the fans, people watching, what do you like to do when you're not at the track?
Like in the summer or during the winter season?
So what's your personality? What do you like to do? This is your promo. Do you have a girlfriend? This is your moment to get a girlfriend.
I have no girlfriend. I like to work out and I like to spend some time with my friends and yeah, hang out a bit. And that's hiking a lot in summer. Yeah.
Hey, Leon Felder, eligible bachelor for all you women watching. You never know. We're trying to promo you guys. We're trying to make you famous. If you want to get his number, you can find. You have to go through me first before you get to him. But anyways, thank you for joining us. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm excited. You'll do well. Don't be. Well, now you're in the race, so you don't need to be nervous.
Exactly.
Amazing. Thank you. Bye, Leon. Thank you. He's so great. Okay, we're gonna switch over to the world feed. Jump on over to the other YouTube channel. We've got a race to start right now. So jump on over and you'll listen to Alex and Tim. Thanks, guys.
Und in Kürze, Mädchen, die Bahn ist frei.
Our women's doubles competition just finishing up. Degenhardt and Rosenthal taking the title. I don't know if you guys could hear the fans going crazy, but it was so loud here. There's a full band that's excited. They're all dressed up. But anyways, congratulations to Germany, Degenhardt, Rosenthal, double world champions from yesterday at sprint. And then today, Egla and Kipp with Austria, they were in second, about 1,200s back, and then Futta Oberhofer with Italy back about 1,800. So same results from yesterday. Congratulations to all the women for our women's doubles competition. Flower ceremony. They are excited. Happy to get behind the scenes, everyone. This is the FIL studio show, and we are showing all the winners, the top 3 from the women's doubles competition. Great bouquet of flowers that they've got right there. But that was close racing for the women's doubles. It takes 2 runs, not just one, combined time of both. And this is a big deal for women's doubles to be in the World Championships. It's been a long time waiting, and these women are definitely excited. All right, this was just the beginning of our World Championship weekend. We've got our women's competition coming up in just a little bit, but how cool for women's doubles. I mean, it's been years. Some of these women have been training on a double slide, not even knowing if this discipline would be in the next Olympics, but they just announced it this past summer, and so everyone jumped on, and now we have our first world champions. I'm not remembering, I know they slid last year, but it wasn't officially with the senior circuit, so I know they had world championships, but I mean, I guess we could just call us our 2023 world championships. Very cool. Oh, yeah, bring him on over. So yeah, we had an interview set up. We'll see if it happens. He's kind of a coveted person, but this is kind of the behind the scenes view. We've got people walking all around us, pointing and talking. We've got our board of directors right here with FIL, and one person that they have been trying to rope down is Thomas Bach, the IOC president. We'll see if he's able to make it for our show, because it would be so fun to talk to him. But he's done a lot of interviews. He's been on German TV. He's been all over. So we're supposed to talk to him, and if he's able to make it, we're going to get all the deets of the IOC. Just kidding. We're not going to ask him the hard questions. We're just going to have some fun with him. And we'll see how it goes. But anyways, we've got about 30 minutes. Oh, his press guy is giving me like this. He's going, just 1 second. So we've got a break between these races. I think it's about 25 minutes, 30 minutes. They're going to prep the track, although it's cold, so they don't really have to do much. We can see the ice, even just on this, is holding really well. Last World Cup in Sigulda, it was melting, so we had some problems, but I don't think they're going to have to do much to prepare the ice. I think they'll give it a spritz walking down the track, which means they have this hose. They've got a whole track crew that pretty much sets up the ice. Oh, press guy coming up. My friend, you're going to join me. We got him. Guys, we got him to join us. You are a coveted person. Everybody wants to talk to you, so thank you for joining us.
Pleasure, as always.
Thomas Bach, president of the IOC. I have some I have some fun questions, but I think everyone wants me to ask you some serious questions first. But first, thank you for being in Oberhof. How is it? The atmosphere is so incredible here.
This is why I'm a fan of Oberhof for many, many years. You see, these people here, they love sport, they celebrate sport, and they celebrate the athletes. Even if FIL is starting the competition already at 8:30 in the morning.
It was early, right? What time did you wake up this morning?
Yeah, to be here at 8:25,
Yeah.
you know, for the first race.
You'll have to watch our show because we started at 8 a.m. and it was still dark outside. I think I still was waking up myself. So we're happy to have you. And I agree too. I feel like Oberhof does an incredible job at including everyone, and they're just so excited for these sliding sports. And what a big deal, women's doubles competition.
Finally, gender parity in FIL, and with the women's doubles, and to see the high quality of the competition and how competitive it is, really made me very happy.
I don't know if have you been on a luge sled before?
Yes.
Long time ago.
But not the whole track.
Okay.
Yeah.
So women's doubles getting on a sled has been a very big deal. So thank you for doing all the work for us to make it happen. But it's a very hard thing to do. I did it one time and I got really hurt and really injured. So you're right, the caliber of these women is very high, and it's such a competitive field, so it's so fun.
This is what sport is about. Huh?
I know. They're so brave. Who decides to make a sport where we sit on a sled and go 80 miles an hour? It's so crazy, right?
No, it's fantastic, and you see how the girls like it.
Yeah. No, they love it, and it's offered a second opportunity to win a medal. So as a woman in sport, we are very grateful. How many years in the making was it to get women's doubles here?
Oh, it was quite some years. There was some reluctance here and there. There were many discussions, but the more happy I think we can all be that it's finally happening now, and I'm among the ones who are very happy.
Yes, we're very grateful. So if you've noticed, a German has won every gold medal so far. You are from Germany. You are an Olympic champion. I have to ask, is there something in the water in Germany as to why there's so many champions?
Oh, you know, many other countries have many champions, so there is nothing to worry about. But here in Luge, you know, this is one of our best sports for a very, very long time. And you see great champions in Luge for decades. Yeah. And then I think also here the track in Oberhof is a little bit made for the Germans.
Yes, that's true. It is. They're very good at it. So you talk about in Germany, this is such a popular sport, but you got into fencing. That's one question they always ask us is how do people get into luge? But I want to ask you, how do people get into fencing?
That's a longer story. I tried to cut it short. I wanted to get to football, but my parents somehow lured me into fencing, and there was a very charismatic coach, and I was a 6-year-old boy. And this is how I fell in love with fencing then.
Wow.
That was not supposed to.
You know, I feel like that's a common story among athletes. It's almost like the sport finds them instead of they find the sport. But it made you into Olympic champion, and now you're the king of the IOC.
Come on.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I asked your counterpart, Kit McConnell, if he would jump on a sled. If we got it together, would you get on a sled later today?
You're joining?
Maybe I'll join. I'll give you all my secrets. But you're the German. You know how to go fast.
No, but there I better I think withdraw.
Yeah, you don't want to over.
No, I need some more training for this, and then let's come back to this a little bit later.
Okay, we'll do some summer training. We'll come back next year.
Let's think about it.
Okay, deal?
Deal.
Okay, deal. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your trip. Thomas Bach, president of the IOC, super cool. Everyone's been trying to talk to him, and he's just a nice guy. But fencing, I've always been so curious about fencing because maybe he should have done luge this whole time. I don't know. Super fun. So anyways, I just look at this right here. There's a guy on a slack line on a slackline. Is that live right now? Because if it is, we need to go find him and talk to him. What? I don't know about where I'm from. That's a summer sport, but kudos to him because it's freezing out here. Wait, sorry. This is just, he's now he's showing off now. He's just showing off. I'm pretty sure this is live and this is right over the track. So maybe we'll do a little scene with him. Super cool. But yeah, Oberhof, we're in between runs. So we just had doubles. Let me rack my mind. So Germany just winning. I wanted Thomas Bach to say like, yeah, they feed us Gatorade in the womb or something like that because they just are so dominant. They won every gold medal so far with this World Championship weekend. So Degenhardt, Rosenthal coming out on top, and then Eggert Bennekin as well. Tim Singer, my friend, you want to join me just for a second? You can come right here.
I'm going to go get Emily.
You're going to go get Emily?
Yeah, should I?
Yeah, go get Emily.
So we're on here for a while. We're hanging you out to dry?
Well, no, I just wanted to ask you about it, but is Emily commentating the next women's?
She is, yeah.
Oh. Okay, great. Go grab Emily, and then we'll bring you back in a few minutes. We're going to talk about some other stuff, and we'll come back. Okay, Emily Sweeney commentating the women's competition. So, really quick, with this track, it's just been complicated. It's been a lot. There's a lot going on with it. We showed you a little bit of the footage of the new renovations that they've done. They've put in so much money into this facility and to make it awesome. So it's been cool. And then I was watching on German TV, Johannes Ludwig. He was walking around with German TV telling them all about all the changes of it. But we got to spend some time. This is probably my favorite bit that we've done. We showed it yesterday, but in case you didn't watch the sprint competition, we had the chance to hang out with Johannes Ludwig and eat some really good bratwurst because there's something in the water here with the bratwurst, with champions and with the bratwurst as well. But here's a little bit. We hung out with Johannes Ludwig, who's an Olympic champion, and he talked us through this region of Thuringen. Das ist Thuringen. I gotta say it right. But here's a little bit. We hung out with Johannes the other day. If you didn't see it, then here it is for you. Okay, so here in Oberhof, there's something very special, and I've recruited a very special someone, Olympic champion Johannes Ludwig. This is his hometown, his home track, and we kind of made him do this with us because you know why these bratwursts are so special. Can you explain? Like, I've heard my whole life that Thuringen bratwurst, what is the deal with it?
It's a secret. At the end, it tastes delicious, but the ingredients are strictly secret.
It's secret.
Maybe you can try what is inside. You can make some suggestions.
What it's like, because each bratwurst is different for each area in Germany, right?
Yeah, there are differences. You can taste it. Really.
But this one's the best?
This one is the best, yeah. Everyone in Germany knows this bratwurst. Oh, really? Yeah, and this is very famous. And we call it Exportschlager, you know, when it's, yeah. Some athletes and trainers, they buy it here and then carry it at home, yeah, okay. And sell it there for someone else.
Is or true?
Yeah.
Is this richtig? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So carry it in boxes, yeah, at home, and then... Yes. Or to put it in the freezer.
Yeah. Lügst du mich nicht an? Don't lie. No, nein. It's true. Okay, so they buy all the bratwurst here and then take it. So So do you make the bratwurst? What do you know about the bratwurst?
My English is not so good. It's the best. Yeah. The best. You can in Thüringen is the best bratwurst. Yeah. Bratwurst?
Yeah, bratwurst. Yeah.
Bratwurst. Yeah. The best. And from Schmalkalden, the very best.
Schmalkalden. Was ist das? Was ist Schmalkalden?
A little town in Thüringen. It's Schmalkalden.
So a town.
The best bratwurst.
Okay, so there's a little town in Thüringen that makes the best bratwurst, and then everybody eats it.
Everyone in Thuringia tells something different. Yeah, everyone says, yeah, this is the best. No, this is the best. And you have to go above the hill, and there you find the best. Yeah? So there's always some difference.
Okay, but this stand right here in Oberhof at the track, this is the best, right?
One of the best.
One of the best. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've got our bread. So I'm gluten-free. I've known these Bratwurst are so good that I bought gluten-free bread at the store because I knew I was going to want it today because it's so good. And this stuff doesn't make me feel good.
But
so
important is the mustard on it. Yeah.
Oh, it's the mustard, not the ketchup?
No, the mustard is important. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there
a Thuringian mustard? Okay. It's a must-have on this sausage.
Okay, great. So do we walk over and get the sausage? Okay. So they have the bread here. This is a two-part. This is a two-parter to get this. Thank you, danke. And then, which one? Do we go here?
Yeah, here.
Okay. Okay, this is...
Not far away.
Do you make this at home? Like when you lived here, did you make this at home?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Yeah, yeah. No, we put it on the barbecue, on the grill. Yeah, we call it grill.
Oh,
yeah.
grill, yeah.
Yeah, and then every weekend we grill our Bratwurst.
Is this your favorite food, like of all time?
No, not
Is
really.
this how you won the Olympics, like with this Bratwurst?
Yeah, I put some in my bag in a little Einweg barbecue.
Yes. And you made it in...
A one-time use barbecue in my bag, so...
made it in China. Okay, I get it. So with Oberhof and this track, like it seems like people take a lot of pride in the track being here in this town. Like, did you feel that as an athlete when you were competing?
Yeah, every time. Because in Oberhof there's a huge tradition in Luge. So when you feel it. Here's every volunteer here do this job with his heart. And you feel this.
Did you always want to do luge? Was this your destiny?
No, I started luge when I was 6, and it was a school competition.
You go first.
Everyone in the first class could try luge, and my friends and me, we had fun there, and we decided to start luge. This was the beginning of my career.
Wow. This is wild.
And then I started my first runs here out of 10 and 11. Yeah, my first runs.
Wow, and then, okay, well, you need to know a little bit about his career. For me, it was unbelievable to watch because to be on the German team is very difficult. I would have never made it on the German team as an athlete. And so to make it on the German team is a big deal. And then you worked so hard and your start was one of the fastest always. And then finally you had your moment, like at the end, and became Olympic champion. He got bronze in Pyeongchang and then ended up with gold in Beijing. And then you did a mic drop. That's what we say. He dropped the mic and then he retired. I would say that was the best way to go out. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you planned?
Yeah, I didn't plan that, but in the end, that's what I wanted. Yeah, and there's nothing else I want to win. So, and my career was a long career, about 30 years since when I was 6. So it's a long time. It was a very nice time. I had also some hard times when I didn't qualify for World Championships or something like this. But at the end, it was always fun for me, and this was my passion. Yeah.
And now you have kids. Well, first, wait. I'm going to ask you questions, but I don't want your. It's getting hot. You should start.
It's getting cold.
Sorry, not cold, not hot. Cold. It's getting cold. You have children now. Are they going to slide?
No, we moved from Oberhof.
On purpose to get away?
No, not to get away from Oberhof and to get away from Luge, but it had some family reasons. And unfortunately in the lower Saxony, where we live right now, we can't do luge, so it makes no sense. There's no luge track.
It was the same for me. In LA, unfortunately, it's so tough. We have no luge track. The beach, for you, it's so hard now, you know? Life is hard by the beach.
Okay, I can't imagine that it's hard.
So, wait, sorry, Tamika, I want to break down, was there a certain technique? Like, do you put it, because I see some people put just mustard in one area and then dip it, but you put it on the whole thing.
It's difficult. Where do you want to dip it? Here?
That's what I was wondering, but people do that.
You can dip it here on the table, but it's not very delicious at the end.
Not very delicious.
Well, my suggestion: put some mustard here on the sausage. Yeah. If you want to have some ketchup at the end, you can put a little bit of ketchup here in the Brötchen.
But on top.
Yeah. Here at the side, in the middle.
Oh, okay, but it's really about the mustard. Okay. This is good to know because I never liked mustard as a kid, but I had to like it.
Born mustard is always also a Thuringian product. Oh, wow. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's together.
Yeah. You can't have, it's not as good. If you have regular mustard, it's just not as good. Well, I'm going to let you eat. We're still waiting on my bratwurst, but if you come to the track, this is kind of what you need to come grab. It's one of the best. Do you have anything else, any other inside tips on Oberhof if someone comes to visit? Bratwurst.
Bratwurst, no. Yeah, Oberhof is a small little town. It's famous for its winter sport. Yeah, you can watch a lot of winter sport. It's very, how can you say? It's very tight here. Not tight. Small. A lot.
Small community, like very tight knit.
A lot of competition areas on one spot. So, and this is why also the tradition came here to Thuringia. Yeah, so you can hike here, you can do skiing, you can do cross-country skiing. Yeah.
And you can luge and become Olympic champion like Johannes.
Yeah.
eat your bratwurst and you can go to the Olympics one day. Is that our message?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, thank you. I don't want to make you wait. We'll be here, but yeah, a lot of fun racing coming this weekend. Thank you for joining us. Olympic champion, incredible guy, family man. I can't wait to meet your kids. They're coming. So cute. Yeah, it's so fun. So anyways, that's it. Now you know all about the bratwurst from Olympic champion himself, Johannes Ludwig.
Now I tried.
I'm telling you, there's something in the water here because that bratwurst is incredible. And if you go to town, they have all these cute little things. I still don't know the word, kiosks or little huts that sell bratwurst and have all the fun things. But yeah, town is just a vibe right now. There's so many people out and there's so many people here at the track. So Oberhof, again, I'm just so impressed with how well they've put on these world championships. So we are moving into our women's competition, and we have a very special announcer with us because she's one of the top women in the field, and we're lucky to have her. So we're going to come over here to our panel. Wow. Hi, Tim. Emily Sweeney, luge extraordinaire. I could go on all about, yes, geez. I could go on about her history in luge and all the accomplishments, but you just need to know she's incredible, and we knew if you were racing, you would most likely be grabbing some hardware. But I'm going to let you guys talk about that. I'm going to stand next to you. What do you guys think about this women's competition today?
I think you shouldn't have mentioned bratwurst because it's been a long day and I'm getting pretty hungry. But I'm hungry for some good action, Kate. 51st World Championships. Our next race will be women's singles. Let's get rid of the bad news right away. Emily Sweeney, Team USA, World Championship medalist, but not racing today.
Right.
Sorry to hear that. Tell everyone what happened.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, my neck will always be something to manage while I'm continuing to slide after I broke it in 2018. So unfortunately, I had just a normal training run. Nothing went wrong in it, but it's a really high pressure curve here in Kreisel, and it just irritated the back of my neck. And so unfortunately, I'm unable to slide yet, but I'm hoping to be back next week. We're working on it. I just am out for World Championships.
And it might be a silly question, but you have been faced with this several times in the last few years. How tough is that decision for you, or is it easy? Do you just defer to what's most important?
It's actually, yeah, my trainer said, how are you doing emotionally? Like, are you okay? And I said, yeah, I've been here before. And she said it doesn't make it easier, but it kind of does for me. I've really learned that I need to respect my body. I think we take our bodies for granted so often, and I know I'm so sure that I would be putting myself in jeopardy if I were to slide. So it was a clear decision. I'm supported by my coaches, which is really great. I'm lucky that they trust and understand me, and it's unfortunate timing, but I have to respect my body.
And a responsible decision on this NFL playoff weekend. I'm not sure there are a lot of football players that would make that same decision. But we're talking luge, we're talking the women's singles competition. It's coming up in just a few moments. So far, unless you've been sleeping, I can tell you two things. There have been 6 races, all won by Germany. One of those races was the women's singles sprint yesterday. Germany finished 1, 2, 3, 4. So the simple question, can anyone break into that domination?
Yeah, it's going to be tight. I hope we don't see a German sweep. No offense, Germany, we love you, but I always like to see some mixture up there, a mixture of flags. But it's going to be a tough feat for these individuals to break into that dominance that they have here on the track.
Probably safe to say that Madeline, with all of her World Cup victories, would be one of those. Who would be some of the others, the dark horses, your teammates or others?
Dark horses. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I've taken a step back a little bit this week, just protecting my mental health in that. But I think Madeline's a top one. And Lisa Schulte has also been picking up speed like no one else. She's quite behind on the start, so if she can put together 2 good starts, she could be in the hunt as well.
Okay, well, Emily and I will head to the booth. We'll warm up, which is a luxury Kate doesn't have, but we've got women's singles coming up in just a moment. Kate, enjoy the rest of the pregame.
Thank you so much for your well wishes. It's really so cold out here. Have fun in your cozy booth, guys. Emily Sweeney, incredible story. Had an insane crash in 2018 in the Korean Olympics. Broke her neck and her back. It was wild. She walked away from it, and then she did a bunch of rehab and came back the next year, and I believe she medaled in her first World Cup back. So really a major comeback story. We're lucky that she's still here and sliding on the circuit. She's truly made of steel. Her body is incredible. So it's interesting. It's also important to highlight the behind the scenes of this. I know we're behind the scenes, FIL Studio, but the behind the scenes of an athlete specifically, because bodies are so important. And I think when we watch sliding over and over and over, you just assume, oh, they're just laying there, or it's really simple, or not that big of a deal. But she's a prime example of the wear and tear that sliding can have on your body. And even for athletes that have left the sport, they are still rehabbing things for themselves. There's concussions, there's broken backs, there's broken bones, so many things. And so the fact that these athletes can show up every day and get on a sled and just bootstrap the thing and just keep going is really just so incredible. So we're excited to have Emily Sweeney in the booth today. She has so much insight and so much to say about these women. She never gets to commentate on the women, so it'll be a cool broadcast when we switch over to the world feed. But really quick, so she talked about Kreisel. That's where things kind of happened in her neck. We have a short little bit on the Kreisel. I want to talk to you about it because it's been a big part of this race. So I don't know if you noticed, Egert Bennekin in the first race, their time was competitive, but after Kreisel, they had gained so much time in there. And there's a reason. It's because Kreisel is really complicated. And if you know how to drive it well, you will make up a bunch of time. So here's a little bit on Kreisel, diving into why it's important and why it makes a difference in a lot of these races. Kreisels, they are wild. They're kind of crazy. Want to talk about them really quick because they're a massive part of the race. A ton of time can be lost here and won here. So pretty much a Kreisel means that it's almost, it's not always a 360-degree turn. Sometimes they're 270 degrees, but only a few tracks in the world have them. I don't know the exact degrees on this one, but it pretty much is one massive curve. So how you drive a Kreisel, thankfully they've put in these nice blue lines for spectators to look at to kind of see like the even line. So a good line in Kreisel Okay, technical difficulties with the FIL studio show. This is what happens. If I could just show you the amount of work it takes to get our cameras going, to get everything set up, and just the cabling, even just Curtis, my camera guy, he is mummified, I feel like, in cords and everything. So our producer, his computer stopped out on us. But I'm going to continue this video because Kreisel is important. So I believe we got a few seconds into it. But the reason why it's important is because it's this massive one continuous curve, right? So when you come in, it's not just one steer that sets the rest of the line. You are continually steering. So you steer, you'll go like hard drive, and then you hold up with your bottom foot, and then you go the top foot drive, hold up with your bottom foot. So you're doing something the whole time. Fortunately, we're watching professionals, and they make it look so easy. If we were watching a junior competition or maybe a youth competition, we would see sleds go up and go down and go up and go down. But these guys are incredible at what they do, and it's a nice even line. But to do that, they have to create the even line themselves. So Egert Benneken, perfect example. So don't quote me on the times, but I believe they were maybe like half a tenth ahead going into Kreisel, and then they came out a tenth and a half ahead. So they gained an entire tenth within the Kreisel. And how you're able to do that is you have a really smooth entrance. So if anyone's going too middle to Kreisel, it costs a lot of time, because if you go too middle, you're going to jump up on the curve, and that skids, that cuts ice, and that costs time. So they have to be going right wall. If I'm remembering correctly, I know they have to go early into Kreisel. So if they go middle or late, it's a ton of time, and it shoots them up really high, and then they drop really low. So Egert Benneken did it so well. They pretty much pushed their sled early and set the line, and then they drove it just really nice. So Kreisel is complicated, especially for athletes that come from tracks that don't have Kreisels. So North American tracks do not have a Kreisel. Well, I'm trying to remember. Calgary did, but Calgary's no longer. So North Americans aren't used to a Kreisel. Most German tracks do have a Kreisel, if all of them do, actually. Wow, I'm remembering. Altenburg has one, here has one, Winterberg, and Koenigsee has one. So Germans are really good at Kreisels. They just understand them. They understand the pressures. And if you come in to a Kreisel and you steer too soon, then you're off. The whole line is off. So it's all about timing and feeling. And yeah, maybe I'm talking about this a lot because I struggled with Kreisels, and I just envy when the Germans do it so well. So anyways, maybe we'll show you that video in a little bit. And then we'll go back to Kreisels. But women's competition is getting set up. I'm trying to think. We got to switch over to the live feed, right? 5 seconds. Okay, everyone switch over. We talk too much. Okay, ready? Switch over. Okay, bye.
Vier Minuten und dann geht es hier rein in den Wettbewerb. Das wird in 3 Minuten. So mathematisch kompliziert wird einmal 3 Minuten. Und natürlich auch bei den Einsitzern ist dies ein Wettbewerb, der für das internationale Rennroute ist. Das ist die Competition of the Federation International Luge. Und somit beginnt dieser Wettbewerb mit der offiziellen Rennroute. The Southeast competition with the official anthem of Fire. And only 4 on board the cargo. Ja, Überlegen, vierfach Erfolg, aber ich glaube, das war vielleicht ein Tick deutlicher, als es das Foto ist. Und davor die beiden. Ja, das ist völlig auch gut. Ich denke, gestern war Heimat vorne, dann kommt man Qualifikation sehr schnell, aber es wurde disqualifiziert, weil wir und nach 1 Minute noch bis zum Startstart in 1 Minute. Die Startnummer der Deutschen mit der neuen Merle Friedel von ist dann los. Francesca Boda aus Lettland wünscht diesen ersten Lauf der Frauen hier. Sie ist schon oben am Start bereit. Aus Lettland kommt sie. Klasse prima. Track is clear. Mädel, die Österreicherin, auf dem dritten Platz, hauchdünn hinter Julia Traubitz und nur ein bisschen mehr hauchdünn vor Merle Rebel. Auch 5 Jahrjahre aus der aktuell in Führung.
All right, that was the first run of our women's competition. Germany in the lead, no surprise. There's a good look at times on the world's feed. Anna Breiter, Julia Taubitz, and then Egla currently sitting in bronze, which is only 2 thousandths back from the silver position. Merle Freibull within 4th, and then Dinah Eitberger sitting in 5th. So Dinah Eitberger was the world champion in sprint from yesterday. So a little surprised that she's back in 5th. Summer Britcher with the USA just sitting outside the top 10, and then everyone else putting down some clean runs. So we've got about 25 minutes until our next run. So cool to see all the different nations and countries that are within this race. But those first five positions are all within 1/10 of a second, which is really tight racing. So Anna Breiter, I believe she took a silver a year ago in Beijing, which was a very emotional medal for her. So it's very cool that she's leading on top right now. Julia Taubitz sitting in 2nd. She's won a world championships before. So she's been here before. And it's cool to see Austria sliding in there. Madeline Egla did so hot yesterday with the sprint, but she's sitting on the podium currently. But I think there's going to be some switching around. I don't think anyone can really rest easy because this is sliding. This is what it is. So I found someone to talk to. I'm going to see if I can grab her over here. She's a little busy. She's awesome. I just met her. I love her, working with the Korean team. So like I mentioned, there's 20 nations here with this World Championships this weekend. And a lot of smaller nations, and I think the smaller nations are what make Luge so incredible. Korea being one of them. Let me grab her for a second. Actually, you can just follow me. I'm going to keep talking. You follow me. I'm going to grab my new friend. Come join me. Come here. Come over here. Okay, Xiaojin. Xiaojin. Hi, Xiaojin. Okay, nice to Xiaojin. Xiaojin, she's incredible. We're lucky to have you here. You're normally not at races, right? So tell us what you do within the Korean Federation.
Yeah, I've been working in Korea Federation since 2013, and then support my national team, and then do international relation things, and then prepare Olympics. Now we are prepared for the Gangwon Youth Olympic 2024.
Wow.
So next month, not next month, just 1 week later, we will have a test event in Pyeongchang, Gangwon province.
A test event for the youth games. Wow. So you're very busy.
Busy, but I have to be here. I have my team here. World Championship is here. I'm nice to meeting you here. Okay, good.
It's so fun. So how did you always want to work for Team Korea, or what did you do? Were you an athlete before?
No, before I was a taekwondo athlete, and then I was retired, and I decided to study in the mass communications. Mass communication. My major is like things. Is this just this?
You should take my job.
No. Yeah. Not much. You are more there than me. So I decided to study in the mass communication and do the masters, and I studied in Germany and France.
So, okay, she was speaking German before.
Ein bisschen, ja.
Ein bisschen, das ist gut.
Ja, danke sehr. Ja, ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Ja. Ich bin seitdem 38 Jahre alt. Ich arbeite in der Korea Luge Federation.
That is so...
10 Jahre.
10 Jahre. That is so impressive. You just made all the German fans so excited.
Hi, hello from South Korea. Willkommen in the Gangwon 2024.
You're incredible. Okay, wait. So Taekwondo, I feel like a lot of people that work within sliding sports are past athletes. So Taekwondo to Luge, that's a good jump.
Because my Heimat is the Gangwon province. I'm used to work with the snow and ice always, because I also run away into the mountain with the big snow. So I love my country, I love my Heimat, and I really wanted to join the Pyeongchang 2018. So
yeah, how we're working the Olympics, was that awesome to have it in your country?
In the Pyeongchang? Yeah, it was awesome, and then I really honored to have all host in my Heimat, my hometown, I felt something because we was trying more than 20 years and we tried, and then now we had it 2018. Now we will have 2024 Gangwon Youth Olympic. It meant something for me. My country, just in my Heimat and my hometown, you will have fun in Gangwon 2024.
That is so cool, and I think people love to slide in Asia. They love to slide in Korea because it's a new track, new culture, so athletes love going there. So I'm so happy to hear that the Youth Olympics are there. Is that a lot of work for you? Do you have a lot to do?
Yeah, sure, but I have a good colleague like Heike here, Eunyo. I have a Wolfgang Staudinger. I have my president, the vice president, and the FIL. They help us really a lot. And then December 2022, we had Asian Championship. We have China, and also Japan, and Thailand. We have Thailand. So Thailand is a part of my team, so they all participated.
That is so cool. So they have I almost call them Papa Staudinger, the coach Staudinger, previously a German athlete. Is this his hometown?
Sorry?
Is this his hometown? Is it a home track?
No, it's his home track.
Staudi, come here. Wo ist dein Heimbahn? Is this your home track, Oberhof?
Oberhof, no, my home track's Königssee.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was going to say, because he would know all the secrets to this track. You know it very well. Anyways, I know you don't want to be interviewed, but I could talk to him. So it's really cool that you guys have a German coach.
Very, very important.
How has that impacted your program?
Because he muss sprechen Deutsch, because Arbeit mit Staudinger, because he's a very important person. I'm starting to learn Deutsch again. Yeah. Because most important thing is we have a good coach in my country, and then my little athlete can take the good education from the Staudinger, not just the sports, and then we can learn something from the mental. It's like become a real athlete this time. And then we have a second chance, 2024, and then we will see it happening in Asia. Yeah.
Okay, so for more information on the Youth Olympics, do they just Google Youth Olympic Games, Pyeongchang?
Yeah, sure. We will have in Pyeongchang, but it's this time the name is Gangwon 2024. The same track what we have in the Pyeongchangs.
Cool, amazing. Well, everybody, this is the woman behind Team Korea. She makes everything happen. Incredibly smart, speaks German, Korean, English. Do you speak other languages?
French, but not good. I was living in the Saint-Étienne, Erasmus, but not good. Yeah.
Okay, is there anything you want to say to the fans in Korea that are watching? You can say in Korean.
Korean, so 여러분, 강원 2024년 유스올림픽에서 만나요. 안녕.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You're incredible. So good to meet you. Oh my gosh. I love people like that. She was so energetic, had so much to say. Talking about Staudinger being the German coach for the Korean team, they have improved greatly. So it's nice to see the Germans spreading their knowledge into some of the other teams because there's so much that goes behind the sport, including this topic I do want to talk about. So we can see the snow coming down. It's cold. This is frozen. This is just very solid, very frozen. So talk about temperatures, talk about ice temperatures, we talk about steel temperatures. It's a big part of the sport. So whenever athletes come to the track, they check the temperatures of the weather and they'll check the ice temperature because it matters on what it feels like under their sled. So a way to make sure that everybody is equal across the field is steel temperatures. So sometimes if someone has overheated steels, it can make them go faster. So before I dive more into it, here's a little bit about steel temps and why they're important and just a little bit behind the scenes on how we get these athletes and these sleds down the track. Okay guys, what's up? We're here at the top of the track and it's actually special time because no one's up here. Usually you will see this place just teeming with coaches and athletes and technical jury people and a lot of people behind the scenes, but we get the start all to ourselves. So I want to talk about something really important within sliding. It's something that we don't see on TV at all because it's not like athletes are going to talk about their steel temps, but this right here is a control steel temp. So it's just an old runner that they've cut up and they keep on this stand, and this permanently stays at the start. So you would never notice this if you came to the start because it just sits on the side, but this is why it's important. So when athletes come to the track, temperature is a big deal. They're always checking the weather, they're checking ice temperature. And the deal with this is that they're trying to make sure everybody's steel temps are around the similar temperature. Because if a steel temp is hotter, then it's technically going to go faster. So no heating allowed inside of the sled. Whereas there was rumors back in the day that sometimes countries would put heaters on their steels and it would make them go super fast. So this is to stop people from doing that. So what happens is the race director will come, or whoever's in charge of the start, and they come put a little temperature gauge right in the middle of the steel. And they make sure to do it in the middle and not on the sides because temperature can vary. And they'll write it on a whiteboard somewhere, wherever the whiteboard is. And then all the coaches will look at that temperature and they try and get their own sleds within, don't quote me on this, I don't remember what the number is, but you have to get it within, I think, 2 to 3 degrees on both sides of the original temp. So let's say it's a 1 degree Celsius steel temp, then you can have the steels be up to 3 degrees or -2. There you go, if I did the math right. It's cold out here, so I'm not thinking straight. So anyways, this is what that is. It's really important. Athletes can get disqualified all the time for having hot steels, but it's actually not the athlete's fault when that happens because the coaches are in charge of the sled. So when athletes come to the start, behind this, there's a whole area behind this beautiful wall. Athletes will leave their sleds and they go in the building and they get changed. And then coaches will see, maybe we can get some footage of some coaches. They will take ice or snow and they'll start rubbing the steels to make them colder to get them ready to be steel temped for their run. So anyways, that was a whole mouthful about temperature, but that's what's happening with sleds. There's so much that goes behind getting ready for these races, and it's just, there's a lot of thought behind it. So anyways, this prevents people from cheating. No cheaters allowed in the sport of luge. And if you go to any start, you'll find this, a rusty old thing, and no athlete steels look this rusty. I guess I just have to point that out because there's a lot of pride taken in steels. Usually they're mirrors, they're super clean. They sand them for hours. That's another thing we can talk about later. That's a whole other discussion. So anyways, when you watch these races, just know nobody's cheating. No one has hot steels. And if they do, they're getting disqualified. All thanks to this little guy right here. All right, we just did a video on steel temps. We shot something previously and we showed them like the control steel and pretty much how it's so people don't cheat, essentially. Yeah. So Emily Sweeney, she just commentated on the world feed on our first run. I want to ask you about it, what you think about the second run, but I do want to touch on steel temperature really quick because it's a piece of the sport that people don't know about.
Right.
Like they don't think about it. So like as an athlete, like, are you thinking about that, or is that a coach's thing? Or
I'm fortunate that we have enough coaches at the start that they really focus on it more. The only time that I really need to pay attention to my steel temp is when I compete in nationals, so that when we don't have coaches doing it for us. But yeah, it's interesting too. They changed the rules a few years ago where now it doesn't need to go below 5 below 0. So there is a little bit, if it gets really, really cold, there's only so cold you can make certain materials go. So that was an interesting change in the rules, but it definitely plays a good element into the sport because imagine you see it in training times when some people heat their steels before they go, and it creates really deep grooves in the start, which is unfortunate too.
So how do people, if you were to heat your steels or like give a little, there's so many stories we could go into about this. and like people want to know about this stuff. So like if someone was to play mind games with you in training, or like if they're trying to heat their steels, like how can you use steel temps to your advantage? Yeah, like how can you manipulate steel temps?
Yeah, so some people will just keep you'll keep your sled inside a really long time, and then or you'll keep your runner guards and your bag on so it doesn't get to cool down with the outside air temperature. People will play mind games, and it goes both ways too. We call it sandbagging, where people will put like some really extra tape on the sides of their sleds just to mess with the aerodynamics in training, so you can't tell how fast they can go, whereas some other people try and play it so they're going so fast. So at the end of the day, like
you race,
just slide.
Race it, because in training, athletes are looking at other people's time. So there'll be a time sheet that everybody will get in their emails, or they'll pick it up, and everyone's watching, okay, how fast did she go? How fast did I go? So there's a whole mental part to it, and it sucks. Well, I guess you're, or you could be the one doing it. Have you ever done that?
No, I mean, I'm definitely very open with my teammates. If I say, hey, you know, like, I haven't taped my boxes, or I'm changing my equipment this way, I'm very open with my teammates, and I'm lucky, Team USA, we've put a squash on any of the mind games within the team. 15 years ago, that maybe have been a different story.
No more hazing with Team USA.
But I think it's important. I mean, you see it that sometimes in other countries there's a bit more competitiveness within the team. But for me, I think it's important to be completely open with my teammates. And then I kind of keep my own mental bank of, okay, I know my tape is off. I know that I can have a little bit more time going down, but I don't do anything wild.
Sliding is hard enough just to get down the track clean. So I'm sure adding all of that is just so much. But I would love to do a whole segment on stuff like just like that, like the intricacies of taping boxes, which I'll explain in a second because she's got a job to do in a second. But just, I don't know, so many pieces that fans don't even know or see. So anyways, let's talk about the race today. First run, were there any surprises for you? Kind of cool, Madeline Igla just getting in there on the podium.
Yeah, I would say nothing major, but I was surprised. Unfortunately, Diana had a pretty bad start curve, so I see her farther back than I expected to see. So Anna really has more of a lead than I expected. But other than that, the people are about who I would expect to be up in the top there. But it's a real race for 2 through, the next spots on the podium, 5 and 3rd, 2 through 5. I have no idea what's going to happen. I know Diana's going to make a push for that. Talbot's, she lost by 1,000th yesterday, the title. So is she going to have enough in the tank to come back those 700s she's behind? I don't know. It's going to be some tight racing.
So with this track, is it easier to make up time or hard? Because it's a driving track, there's speed tracks, there's driving tracks. So like if you're back 700ths, are you thinking like, okay, I could do this, I got this? Or are you thinking like someone's gonna have to really screw up or something?
I mean, at the end of the day, you just need to do the best you can do, but 700s is a significant gap. So I would feel pretty good. You don't feel like you have someone breathing down your neck if you're Anna, but everyone else, that is a significant gap. It's tighter with 2nd through 5th for sure. But knowing the mistakes that people had, that's where I put my focus on. After my first run, if I say, hey, I know I have time after that start curve, that's what I'm going to focus on. And so if they clean up that, it's gonna be tight. I hope we see some different colors on the flags.
Do you know the German anthem by now? Do you know the words?
Do you, Kate?
I can harmonize. Do you want us to re-sing it?
No, thank you.
We can harmonize together.
I think we do. We knew from when we were juniors. So, yes, I hum along to it.
Let's try. Ready?
Oh, gosh.
Deutschland, Deutschland.
I'm not going to do it.
I don't know the right words. Okay, you guys have a few minutes, so you go get ready.
All right.
Are you placing any bets on the next run?
No, I'm just excited to see. I think it's going to be really tight at the end. I hope to see some Americans throw down some clean runs and some speed, but we just struggled finding some speed this year.
Well, USA, we've got a few more World Cups to go, so it's not over. And it's a rebuild year.
Well, I'm hoping to be back in it next week, so cheer me on next week.
So that's why we're lucky to have her, because she's going to be sliding next week. So anyways, thank you for joining us. Good luck with Tim.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in Altenburg. We'll see you back on the podium in Altenburg.
I love the vibes. Thank you.
That was great. That was a great response. Thank you for that. I almost got her to sing with me. That would have been incredible. Okay, we're going to hop over to the live feed in a few minutes, but before we do that, we have a POV camera going down the track. We showed it yesterday. Johannes Ludwig is the one narrating it because we want you to see why this track is difficult and just what makes it so exciting. So here, check it out. If you've never been on a sled before, here you go. Okay, there you go. If you've never been on a luge sled, now you know what it's like. It's fast, it's crazy, and it's cold, and there's no time to fix problems if you have them. So we're going to run into our second run. I'm taking a quick look at the standings over there on that beautiful flat screen. Anna Bereiter leading in front, Julia Talbot's in silver, and then Madeline Agla within bronze. But it's the top 5 sleds that we're going to be watching for. So quick note, for the second run, they're only running the top 20 sleds. So it's going to be a little bit short of a run. They won't be playing the last 17 sleds. So we'll hop over to the world's feed, go ahead and switch over so you can hear Tim Singer and Emily Sweeney, and we will see you back after the race.
Am heutigen Tag morgen dann Einzel der Männer und natürlich die Teamstaffel. Und bei den Deutschen und in den anderen Teams ist es auch nicht so, wer der oder die Beste im Einzelrennen war, fährt dann auch die Staffel. Also wir sehen morgen Toni Eckert, Sascha Benedikt wieder in der deutschen Staffel. Welche Frau, wissen wir noch nicht. Und der Mann wird dann auch erst mal rausgefahren. Und wir sind sehr gespannt, was da noch geht. Nochmal der Hinweis an Sie alle. Wir sind so viele. Kommen Sie heute Abend in den Kurpark ab 16 Uhr. Ist Samuel mit Silke Kraus, hat Pilach da, macht das Hauptprogramm. Und ab 18 Uhr gibt es dann nicht nur unsere sensationelle Lasershow, sondern eben auch 6 Siegerehrungen am Stück. Noch gut 2 Minuten, dann geht der zweite Lauf los. We're gonna start the second heat in a little bit more than 2 minutes.
Du hast wirklich Raucher Peter Willi. Wenn man hier rum durch die Reihen geht, man kriegt einen Olympiasieger nach dem anderen. Bei Magnus Rocker beispielsweise Hans Ried, zweimal Olympiasieger und Weltmeister auch in Jana Bode habe ich hier gesehen. Horst Hörnlein, Olympiasieger 72 in der Sattel. Damals allerdings mit Rainer Brellow zeitgleich mit Paul Hilgartner und Walter Fleischner. Das war eine spannende Geschichte. Und ab diesem Zeitpunkt ist man dann von den 100 Sekundenmessungen auf 1000 Sekunden gegangen im Rudersport im Gegensatz zu den Bobfahrern, die nach wie vor 100 Sekunden Entscheidungen haben.
Eröffnet wird von Marion Oberhofer aus Italien, 77 Hundertstel hinter Adria gibt es noch einmal die offizielle Hymne. Der Building gonna start the second round with the official anthem of Bratwurst.
Ja, wenn ich unbedingt noch erwähnen möchte und muss, bevor hier wieder die Hektik ausbricht, unsere Event-Fotografen. Da sage ich mal danke, Steffen Fröster, Sandro Halland. Dann haben wir natürlich auch Marek Kalinkovic, der Nette, der für die FIL die Fotos macht. tolle Öffentlichkeitsarbeit überhaupt in den letzten Jahren in der FIL. Da muss man auch Margit und denke auch Bach gratulieren. Die machen einen mega Job, also dass unser wunderschöner Sport in die weite Welt hinausgetragen wird. Aber vor allem, wie gesagt, durch fantastische Fotos. Da haben wir wirklich absolute Profis. Aber jetzt ruhig von mir, jetzt geht's runter zu Willi, denn jetzt wird sportlich.
Ich bin ja auch eher der ruhige Typ, aber wir versuchen es trotzdem mit Marion Oberhofer aus Italien. 42,76er Laufzeit im ersten Durchgang. Sie eröffnet diesen zweiten Lauf. Die Entscheidung, Einsetzer der Frau. 51. FIL-Meisterschaften. Baptista Elivera, track is clear.
Incredible win for Anna Boreita from Germany, a full German sweep on the podium, but we are not surprised. But so cool for Boreita. I'm surprised she's not crying. Usually she tends to be pretty emotional about these moments because they're such big moments for her and they're such a big deal. But she was leading in the first run and she held that lead. She had a nice gentle 10th to work with for most of that run. So congratulations to our German women, Anna Boreita, Julia Taubitz in silver, and Dana Eitberger in bronze.
zu Oberhof. Wir freuen uns drauf. Herzlichen Glückwunsch an unsere Rotweinen.
Here's our flower ceremony here in Oberhof. Little mascot to the left. We love a good mascot for World Championships. But again, the German women so dominant, but a little bit different story for Anna Boreita. This isn't her home track. Her home track, I believe, is Königssee, which has been in a massive rebuild phase. They had a huge flood, so she hasn't even been able to slide on her home track. So this is a big win for the German to win on another German track. So very cool for Anna Boreita. Madeline Egla was sitting in bronze. She lost that lead. That was a bummer. She had a little bit, she had to put her feet down in the first straightaway. I believe, I forget the curve numbers here, but she did have an issue in one of her transitions and then it just wasn't enough time. So she dropped out of medal contention, and then I'm pretty sure the German women, can't see times from here. Pretty sure German women ended up top 6 or top 5, like all straight top 5. So pretty incredible for the Germans. But this is what they do. This is how they operate. We'll see who we can get a hold of here. But now Anna Boreita is a world champion. She got a silver in Beijing. So she has had an incredible year since then. I would love to talk to her about it. So we'll kind of see what we're working with. But the crowd has been incredible. Gotta love some locals that love luge. I think it's so fun. All the fan signs, all the athlete signs you can see. They have, I don't know if you can see with this big, but Sasha and Tony have a huge flag up there. Yeah, Yeah, Oberhof locals really come to represent. They do not mess around with their sliding sports. Curtis and I, my camera guy, we tried to go get a Bratwurst in between this, and it was like 15 heads deep of a line to go get a Bratwurst. So we may have Anna come head over here in just a second. Maybe we'll get a good look at those flowers. But yeah, incredible day with racing. So to recap, let me think back in my brain. We had doubles this morning, okay? So Egger Benniken, they are the current world champion. Congratulations to them. Degenhardt and Rosenthal for the women's doubles, also world champion. And then of course, it's only fitting that we fit it with a German national anthem as well for the women's discipline. So they're gonna do awards later tonight in town, the total separate award ceremony, which is cool. It makes it special. Locals get to attend, and they do this really cool light show, and it's just a lot of fun. So yeah, it's a big event going on here. But that doubles competition was close. That was a lot of fun. Austria also made their way onto the podium. So just a lot of great racing today. Tomorrow, we're going to come back with the men in the morning and then the relay. One of the best events, I'd have to say. It's so fun. They'll come down, they'll hit the pad, and then we'll have another champion for the team relay event. We may not be able to talk to her, or we might. I don't know. I wish I could like pull you with me and we could just go right in there and talk to some people, but again, German TV is it. We may take a little bit of a break. We may show you this video. I don't even know if it's relevant right now, but I don't think you want to keep hearing me talk about how incredible these fans are, even though they are incredible. But there's a video that we did showing how big these curves are. It's pretty much, this track is pretty incredible. When you're standing outside of the track, you don't really realize how big and tall this track is and these curves are. So here's a little bit on that, just to kind of give you reference on what these athletes are even sliding on. So big, so massive. These sleds are going so fast here in curve 13. So we just want to highlight one of the biggest curves here in Oberhof. Even just walking past it makes you feel like you're under a tidal wave of a tsunami. I remember when I first was sliding, I would call home to my brothers and explain how big these curves were, and I'd have to explain it in like, imagine you're paddling for a 20-foot wave. This is how big these curves are. So just to put in perspective, just massive. Each one is so big, and they are so high. Like I would say from bottom to top, they're at least 12, 15 feet high up on the curve. That's how fast they're going, and that's why they need such a big curve, because if the curve was smaller, actually, there would be way more G-forces to kind of pull them around. So curves are just fascinating. There's something called curve theory. They make you sit in class and they draw curves on a board when you're younger, and they teach you how to drive certain curves. So the algorithm is that you pretty much want to have an even line as possible. So we can see these nicely painted blue lines. Those are for spectators. They're for TV. They're not for the athletes. They're not paying attention to them at all because they go by so fast. So the goal is to have an even line as possible. So that may mean they come in, they steer, they let the sled go, and then they'll steer out. So if they steer maybe too soon, they're going to miss the pressure. The pressure is going to shoot them up. They come down, and then the exit is tough. So each curve is just like little finite details. Here comes another sled. Ready? That's just so fast. It's fast when you look at it, and it's fast when you're on the freaking sled too. So this curve really matters because there's a long straightaway right out of curve 13. So you have to be on those drives. So again, if you're just a second too late, a second too early, we're gonna see some athletes that maybe peak in height, or then maybe they'll drop in height. So rule of thumb, for whenever you're watching sliding sports, you just want even lines going through. So, and then we just want to talk about just seriously how big this is. I wish I could just stand. Yeah, here's your reference right here. Just so big, so tall. So yeah, this is curve 13 in Oberhof, one of the bigger curves, coming at you live for the races this weekend.
Ich habe mich überraschen lassen von ihr, ja, weil ich möchte biken in die Berge. Und da kommt einfach mal Oberhof, ja, genau. Und auf einmal sind wir da, und ich bin ganz baff, dass es hier so viele Sachen gibt, so viele Aktivitäten auch für die Kinder. Die Sachen sind liebevoll hergerichtet.
Und heute haben wir schon eigentlich ganz coole Sachen gemacht.
Mhm. Was haben wir gemacht heute?
Als erstes haben wir gefrühstückt, waren wir im Schwimmbad und haben da ganz viel geplanscht. Ja, das finde ich auch schön.
Und wir konnten uns ein bisschen auf uns konzentrieren auch.
Wir waren in der Sauna.
Ja, genau.
Haben wir auch schon lange nicht mehr gemacht.
Richtig.
Zusammen.
Eine Stunde alleine, ja, während die Kinder beschäftigt waren. Sehr gut. Da waren wir noch bei einem Handwerksbetrieb. Was hat der gemacht?
Glasbläserei. Haben da eigene Sachen geblasen.
Ich möchte etwas biken. Da freue ich mich schon sehr drauf.
Was ich ja total cool finde, das ist ja wirklich auch ein Vorteil hier, ne, von Oberhof, dass ich im Sommer Skifahren kann. Das finde ich echt cool. Und wir haben ja dann keine Leitungen heute Abend.
Da freue ich mich auch schon sehr drauf.
Ich glaube, das ist das erste seit 5 Jahren. Weißt du das eigentlich?
Das ist schon länger her.
Ja. Ja, wird mal Zeit. Bin ganz
Ja.
gespannt, was uns erwartet. Also einfach ein Traum. Das ist wunderschön. Und euch hat es auch Spaß gemacht hier, ne?
Ja.
Sollen wir noch ein bisschen bleiben?
Ja. Ja.
Ich habe doch schon ganz oft richtig gute Ideen.
Ja, stimmt.
All right, Jessica Degenhardt, our women's doubles world champion. Wow. Okay, so we were just talking off camera, but we'll fill you back in on what we were talking about. So last year they had world championships for women's doubles, but it was different. How was it different?
There were no spectators allowed last year in Winterberg, so everything else but the sliding was different this year. It's so crazy to see so many people at the track. I've never seen so many people here, so it was so much fun to slide. It was so crazy, even when we were in the track. It was crazy.
Yeah, so when you're in the track, do you just see people lining the whole track?
Well, I try to put my head back as much as possible. I mean,
That's a sign of a good athlete. That was a trick question to see if you were watching people, but a good athlete isn't watching anything. So that was it. You passed.
Yes. No, I mean, you see a lot of everything. It's I'm in a tunnel, yeah, but in training you also see the coaches and stuff. So it's natural that you also see what's happening next to you.
So how does this one feel different? Do you feel more excited about this win? Because now you're kind of the inaugural world champion for women's. You're in the history books now.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it feels different. I'm relieved, I have to say. I mean, we always were like third or second, and it was our first victory this season. Well, after yesterday, but it was so crazy, and a lot of pressure is just falling down. So I'm happy.
Congratulations. Have you already called your mom? Did you talk to your family?
My whole family is here at the track. They came, yeah.
That's nice. So they saw the whole thing and everything.
Yeah, they were right there at the track, and yeah.
Super cool. Well, congratulations. You've won so many medals. I'm sure we'll talk to you more throughout the season. You're now world champion. You got to call home, tell all your friends, and get all the sponsors now. This is the time, right?
It's crazy.
Good. Congratulations. Amazing. I'll let you go. Good to see you, Jessica. Oh, wait, actually, I wanted to ask you to say something in German to all the fans back home.
Danke alle fürs Zuschauen. Es war ein mega Rennen. Liebe Grüße und ja, bis nächste Woche in Altenberg.
Amazing, cool. Okay, we'll see you next week. See ya. I want to try and grab Mele Frebel or Julia Talbot's, any of them. But Jessica Degenhardt, world champion with women's doubles. Super cool. She's so cool. She's great. I have to grab her. Hold on. 1 Minuten, bitte. You, come with me. Okay, perfect. I roped her down. She'll do it. She gets nervous to speak English, so I'm going to try and speak German with her. She'll only really talk to me if I promise to only ask one question in English, so we'll do her best. I think she finished... Did she finish 4th or 5th? Hi.
Hallo.
Hi.
Congratulations. Ik gratuleer dir. So, 4th or 5th Platz? 5th Platz. Und was fühlst du über diese Rennen? Freust du dich oder was?
Yeah, I'm really happy with that place, and that's my first World Championships at seniors, and so it's a good result.
And, okay, your English is so good. I'm trying in German, but my sorry German, but she's answering in English. Was your family here today?
Yes, and my fans there.
They're so fun. Look at that fan club.
Family from my boyfriend and friends.
I love it. They're so happy to see you. I love the sign and everything. How were your runs? Were they good? Wie war dein Lauf?
They were okay. Not the best, but maybe next year.
But you're young. You have so many years. You're the next promising German.
Yes.
And was fühlst du über Altenburg? Are you excited for Altenburg?
Yeah, really excited. I like this track. Yeah.
Okay, congratulations. Your first World Championships. You did awesome. Most of the time, people are very nervous, but you were not nervous at all.
I'm really cool.
I am really cool. I feel that. Okay, congrats. We'll see you next week. Go hang out with all your fan club right over there. We'll see you. World champion. I need a hug from the world champion. Hi. Oh, congratulations. I was feeling emotional because I was ready for you to be emotional, but you just ice in your veins again.
I'm just happy. Maybe I said to me, okay, no tears today, just happy. No matter what the result, just happy.
Just enjoy sliding for what it is. So were you I know when athletes come into a race, they're always thinking, yes, I'm gonna win, I can do this. But for you, what were you thinking about?
Kind of nothing today. It was like, okay, I do my thing. It was no big, okay, I want to do this now. So just doing my runs, clean runs, that was my goal. Second start was not so what I was expecting, but it doesn't matter. I saw the one in the finish line, it's okay.
Okay, so you're world champion. Forgive me for knowing how many medals you have in your past history. Yeah. Is this your first world championship? Because I know you took silver in Beijing last year, but is this?
I took the silver medal in Königssee in the sprint and the World Championships, but none other.
So this is the first. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. So what's the first thing you're gonna do? You're gonna celebrate. What is it?
I think doping control.
Okay, good. Right.
First things first, you know. Yeah. That's the business.
This is the real life of being a world champion, is doping control. Doping control and making sure that you take all the right medications and not the wrong ones. And I was saying your home track is Königssee, correct? So I was mentioning what a big deal it is for a German when it's not necessarily your home track. But does Oberhof feel like a home track because you train here so often, or is it different in the German team?
So I think after Königssee, this is the track where I have the most runs. Only in this year, I think today the second run was my 17th run this season.
On this track?
Yeah, 17th.
Which is like nothing. Compared to, that's a lot. Let's put that in perspective of people watching. So when people hear 17, is that a lot of runs here or not a lot of runs in perspective?
So it is. So normally a week of normal World Cup is 7 or 8 runs, so it's a lot.
And then compared to like Diana, where this is her home track, where she's had hundreds of runs here, like over her lifetime. Like how many would you say you've had over your lifetime, if you had to guess?
Over my lifetime, or?
Also a lot.
1,000.
Oh, okay. So my numbers are very wrong. I'm very off here because usually in America, when we have preseason training, we'll have like 5 or 6 runs a day. So anyways, to go up against someone where it's their home track, it's very different. But you are incredible. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. This is such a massive win for you. So maybe the tears will come later and then I'll feel it in my heart too. But is there anything you want to say to everyone at home in German?
Thank you for your support, for watching the Luge World Championships here in Oberhof. The support is amazing, and also all the spectators on the track. It's so nice to see everybody cheering for us, and yeah. Peace out.
That's how good her English is I'll say it in German and she'll still say it in English because you're just that smart. So you're incredible. Thank you so much. Are you excited for Altenburg next week?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you're just chill. This is
tomorrow team relay. I'm very excited.
Everyone who's an athlete that's watching, this is what it looks like to have ice in your veins. Like she's here, she's ready to show up. Another day at the office, no emotion. If you want to be good, you should study Anna Breite and how she prepares for races because this is what it looks like. So anyways, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm just happy for you. I could talk to you for a while. So anyways, you've got more people to talk to. I'll let you do your thing. She's so chill. She's not even like, yes, I won. She's just like, yeah, we got team relay tomorrow. But truly some of the best athletes in the world are just like that. I mean, she is the best in the world currently. So they're just like that. Yeah, it is what it is. And I can't imagine the nerves that we're going through that helmet for her second run. So anyways, Anna Breite, congratulations. Everyone watching back home from Königssee. Probably a lot of fun to see her hometown girl win. She's now a world champion. I don't know if her parents were here, but her mom, I wonder what her mother's thinking. Her daughter is now a world champion. So I think that's gonna wrap it up today for our FIL studio. It's been a long day. Remember how we started and it was dark outside? So we're doing this all over again tomorrow. We've got the men's race, we've got team relay as well, but we are going to be back. FIL studio, my name's Kate Hansen. It's been a lot of fun today. I'm exhausted. I'm tired of talking, and I'm sure you guys are tired of listening. So we'll sign off and we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much.